Good morning. Good morning. We're going to go ahead and get this thing started today. Happy Monday. I'm so excited. Before we do, let's bring a little scripture into our situation. Let's invite God in. And let's go ahead and hit Matthew 7 through 8. It says, Ask, seek, knock. As we get ready for pre market preparation, Matthew 7 through 8 states, Ask and it will be given to you. Seek and you will find. Knock and the door will be open to you. For everyone who asks receives. The one who seeks finds. And to the one who knocks, the door will be opened. What does that look like for us in this moment? That looks like solid preparation as we take steps towards the door of opportunity. We're going to build our SMR, our smart money roadmap. We're going to identify the previous day's highs, previous day's lows, overnight highs, overnight lows. We're going to track the VWAP and liquidity. Our preparation is what gives us the edge. No preparation, no edge. Okay, so let's go ahead and bring up the charts. I'm on the ES chart. I did find that that is solid preparation the way I do it. I'm going to squeeze in on the 5-minute chart, get as much data as I can. All right, that's all the data I can get. I'm going to take a screenshot. Okay, I have screenshot number 1. I'm going to go to the SPX. It's an index. The ES is the futures, the precursor to the SPX. And what I did with the SPX is I marked off the previous day's highs and the previous day's low already before I started the live stream. I did that. So now I'm going to take the screenshot of the 5-minute SPX. That's a lot of data in there for Grace, my chat GPT agent. I'm going to fix this. Okay, that's pretty good for now. It's going to change as soon as the market opens. All right. So now here's the secret sauce. I'm going to pull up the open interest. I won't do it on this screen. I have another screen that you cannot see that has the open interest. I'm going to take screenshots of that for, I'm going to go 100 points up and 100 points down. That should get as much open interest as we need today. And that's going to show the liquidity levels. It's going to show price action and how it gravitates to the highest open interest, which is liquidity, contracts, um, basically buy and sell orders. That's what the market operates on. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and do that.
American stock market is up, with the S&P 500 up 1.2%, the Nasdaq Composite Index up 1.5%, and the Dow Jones Industrial Average up 1.8%. SPX and SPY update.
Okay, so I have that data from the open interest. Now I'm going to put that in Chat GPT with the Smart Money Roadmap notes and generate the first Smart Money Roadmap of the day. Very essential. I'm going to go ahead and say it. Today is Monday. It is Trick, Trap, and Frustrate Day. Okay, so we're going to have to be excellent in our trading and observation. Every move will need confirmation, and the best way to get confirmation is through retracements and retest, which is going to be the theme of the day: retracements and retest. We're going to need proof that a level is being defended or rejected. As you can see right here, uh, the levels were defended as price continued to trend upward. Then we see a rejection at the high, which that on this day, which was Friday, was about 71.51. Price hit 71.51. That level was rejected. Price returned back to the VWAP. There was no retest of that level. Um, However, price did hug the VWAP for the rest of. And as we can see, it attempted to go back up. It was rejected. It attempted to go back up again. It got rejected. Price actually went below the VWAP and then reaccepted it and finished just above the VWAP at says 71.12 here, 71.25, 71.25.12. So here was our retracement, rejection, tracement, rejection, hug the VWAP. And got reaccepted. So this would have been, you know, this level right here, that rejection would have been a good um, call credit spread right here. However, the premium wasn't that good. So that's another thing is entering in the fourth quarter is no good because the premium collapses, the credit collapses, and it's just not a good trade. It's a little too tight. So more like 10, 30, if this opportunity presents itself. However, this isn't clear confirmation at this point of whether or not the VWAP has been accepted or rejected. So at that point, seeing that price was at a high like this, call credit spread right here at like 10 o'clock would have been more accurate in terms of a closing trade. However, today's strategy is going to be two trades on a Monday. Monday is unless the third trade is exceptional, A plus setup. That's another thing. A plus setups only today. We need confirmation. We need conviction. No guesswork. No gambling. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and stop talking for a second and submit my data to Chat GPT, better known as Grace. Okay, Grace. Okay, Grace is generating that. Okay, looks good. Going to generate a PDF and post it in the chat so we can start analyzing it and marking off our charts and levels of interest. All right, that was nice and smooth this morning. All right, so we got an open interest cluster 720 through 731. $71.20 through $71.30. Sorry if I said something different. And open interest cluster, we're going to turn green. Oh, we got two of them. Oh, no, one. All right, we got a tight open interest cluster, also known as the Gamma Center. Bullish trend, late stage grind, potential pin or controlled expansion. Price structure, previous day's high. It says 740, 71.47. I'm going to leave it where it is. Previous day's low, 70.40. I'm going to leave that where it is. The range is 70.90 through 71.50. Go ahead and mark that 70.90. Okay, I'll leave that alone. It's kind of acting a little funny, but that's okay. 71, okay. Institutional zones, 7145 to 7155, okay. That's our supply side. Just highlight that. Demand is 7090 through 7100. We do need to, 7145. And I need that marked off too. I'm gonna mark this baby up. Okay, the reason I'm marking these off is its potential bounce zones, rejection, acceptance, reversals, things of that nature. So just want to keep that in the forefront of my vision. 7190, yes. Well, it's not actually 7190. We'll go ahead and move that down a little bit. There we go. 7100. Okay. And 7120 control zone. 7120 through 7130, the control zone. So support levels 715, 7100, 7190. Okay, we'll go ahead and add 7115 in there. Okay, got 7115. Resistance levels 7135, we're saying. 7135. Okay, got a lot of bouncing in here. Okay, so we definitely want to see the range established today and be on the outside of the targets. Okay, so our trade setups, our recommendations. Grace is recommending a BWAP, a BWIC, 7110, 7145. So the ranges Grace is recommending is 7110 through 7095, 7145 through 7160. I'll leave that at that. I like a tighter spread though, so just keep that in mind. BWIC, typically not my first trade of the day. So put credit spread 7115 through 7105. That's with a VWAP hold. And call credit spread 7150 through 7160 upon rejection. Mind you, this is all coming with a retest and confirmation. Q3 primary BWIC entry. And we're going to set those auto exits. We're going to have strict discipline today. Going to avoid the trick, trap, and frustrate crew, smart money institutions, because we're smart money traders. All right, so that is the pre-market technical analysis. Got a lot of lines here. Resistance in blue, heavy open interest between the greens, support in the red. That's the way that works. Okay, so we are all set for the market open. Taking a look at the options chain. Looking at deltas and credits.
No early praise. First quarter liquidity sweep lockout. Market open. No trades during volatility. Observe only. Q1 smart money psychology lets trick retail into buying so we can offload. Sweep confirmation. Volume confirms sweeps, breakouts, exhaustion. Sweep volume spikes 150 to 220% of the prior 20-bar average. Occurs at or through the previous day's high or previous day's low. Overnight high or overnight low. Sweep completion continued. Occurs at prior liquidity cluster. Single impulse candle. No chop. Immediate range rejection or stall after the spike. Breaks key level by 3 to 8 points. A fake sweep. 130% volume. Overlapping candles. Price holds above or below with no rejection.
Okay. All right, I'm all set. Just about. A couple more notes. All right, we are set. Okay, let's enjoy the show. What do we have here? Looks like we have a sell-off below the VWAP. And we've got the targets 70.90 through 7100. So 7100 through 790 is the demand zone. Okay, so we're in the demand zone. We've got everything clearly marked. We got support levels 715, 7100, and 790. So the market is down. 7115 has already been breached. And we'll see what, oh, okay, we're in the 7115 zone. Okay, we're seeing a reversal signal. We'll see what happens next. Okay, so we're expecting tricks, fakes, and frustration today. So we're not going to be on the frustrate bus. We're looking for a retrace. We're looking for price to pull back, then wait for proof that the level is being defended or rejected. Okay, so we're looking for a pullback into the VWAP, and then we'll see which direction the institutions, the market, price action is actually committed to. This is not the commitment conviction we're not chasing. We are waiting for confirmation. My job is to sell premium after the market shows its true colors. Are they red or are they green? We're looking for price, the bullish bias. Price would be above the VWAP or holding above the VWAP. Higher lows and the support would be respected. That would be a bullish bias. Bearish, price below the VWAP, falling below VWAP, lower highs, resistance respected. So right now we are below the VWAP. However, we want to see like a true rejection, which means it's tested and then it retraces back in the direction it came from. That's what we're looking for.
First trade window open. Only expansion trades allowed. Displacement is required.
Okay, really important that we get direction right. That's the first step. Being profitable today. For the first trade of the day, I generally like a call credit spread or a put credit spread. So we're going with direction. I'm going to save the condor play for compression. I want to see more compression and then a clean break. Today's objective is to go big without going home, meaning that 25% strict return on profits today. Got some ground to make up on my monthly goals, and consistency will do it. I'm going to take a look at the lower time frame. So on the lower time frame, price is on the VWAP. So this is looking like a key zone for today. Oh, okay, price is on the VWAP on the 5-minute also. It's been 15 minutes. Let's take a look at the 15-minute time frame. 15-minute time frame. Minute time frame, higher time frame with data is showing a bear bias. Okay, we'll keep that into consideration as we go back to the 5. very close to 7100 psychological magnet. Price goes to 7110. And returns back to the VWAP. That's still not a what I would call a good entry. There's no way 25% would be obtained if price went to 7100 and reversed. So in this case, if price went down to 7100, I would be looking for a deeper dive. The dealer positioning would be the institutional zones. Good morning. So that would be the supply zone at 7145, 7155. Demand would be 7090 through 7100. Yeah, Grace kind of revised that. I didn't tell her to correct it because I can translate dealer positioning to the institutional zones. And I have them marked off, I believe. 7145, yeah, that's up there. 7155 is not up there. Yeah, we could get that up there, 7155. I'm going to find out a way to add text to the levels that I'm marking off. And where are we right now? We're 7115. We're on a support level. So we're in the 7115 zone. And the institutional control zone is 7120 through 7130. There's a high number of open interest contracts right here. So it could be a good place for an iron condor. So let's take a look at an iron condor. Oh, looks like price is accepting the VWAP, of course. It has to accept the VWAP in order to get the open interest between 7120 and 7130. That's the control zone. So we'll see if price goes to 7130, return back to the VWAP, do a retest of the VWAP, and then we can consider a put credit spread or a BWIC favoring the upside. So on the 5 minute, price is in the process of accepting the VWAP. On the 2 minute, price has accepted the VWAP and is entering the control zone, institutional control zone 7120 through 7130. Okay, so that is a key level. That price is subject to stay in for a good length of time, which would be the theta, and 25% would be excellent. So again, waiting for confirmation though. I want to be as sure as I possibly can that that is the intention of smart money institutions today. Looking at trade possibilities. Just checked it out on the BWIC, and I am going to make the first trade of the day a put credit spread. Most likely, not. That's the side I'm leaning towards. Once the VWAP is claimed with authority, I'm not convinced yet. I'd like to see it break the lower green bar at 71.20. I'd like to see a commitment to this zone. It's been in this zone and rejected, looks like 3 times already. So we're seeing what I would say are equal highs. Do have one lower low. Going to take a look at the 30-minute and see what it's doing. Looks like the VWAP is holding. So put credit spread. At 71.15. I'm just locking and loading, just looking basically. VWAP's holding, but I need more than that. I need more than that. This is nice retracement of the VWAP. However, we need conviction. Price has gone down into the VWAP again. So let's take a look. Yep, got a red candle underneath the VWAP on the 2-minute. All right, looks like we got a move to reclaim the VWAP, or just dancing around the VWAP. Okay, so it's being the magnet that we want it to be. So that helps in determining the play I'm going to execute. So Grace has recommended a put credit spread if the VWAP is being respected. And it is. It's the magnet at the moment. However, I would like a true direction. I mean, price can go toward any given target at this point. I'm going to take a look at the open interest again. $71.30. Let's see. 71.10 has a high amount of open interest. 71.15. 71.10, 71.15. Yeah, that's already been tapped. Could return and tap it again. And then there's a high level of open interest at 71.30 and 71.35. So I do believe this is our range today. There's a high level of open interest, 71.10, 71.35, which is up here. We've seen the downside, but we haven't seen the upside. So watching out for tricks, traps, and frustration. So we're not falling for any fakes today. There's going to be quite a few. Today, Monday is typically range discovery, fake moves, liquidity testing. Here's our institutional footprint over here. And it was in a sell off, it was in a distribution. So, where are we? VWAP has not been claimed with authority or direction, so we are in a holding pattern until we can clearly establish the direction. Have to have a clear bias before we execute. So far, we have a defended defense at 710. at the 790. Put credit spread. That would be safe considering that's two support levels down. We can do better than that on premium and credit with a decisive move up. Once the bullish bias has been established. Gotta see that claim. On the 2-minute, looks like it's being claimed. I'm gonna stand my ground, and I want to see what happens at 720. Then I'll come in at 710. At 7120. Keep cutting off those digits. It's looking better. Here we go, 7120. Okay, I see the confirmation. Well, it just rejected. That's what I wanted to see at 7120. Was it going to accept or reject? I'm waiting for the accept. So it's been tested twice, rejected twice. We're back to the VWAP.
continuation or reversal decision tracks. Bear chop zone. Behavior likely. Capital protection phase. Smart money psychology. Let them think prices stabilize quietly.
Okay, looks like we're getting the formation of red candle underneath the VWAP. You can see over here to that this happened earlier, and we'll see if this zone right here, 71.15, 71.10 zone, will be defended. This is where patience pays. Take a look at the higher time frame. Higher time frame is showing cells going bear. If it goes bear, I'll be looking at a position outside of the institutional zone, which is in green. Okay, that's a very big red candle. So the target 7,100, and we'll see what happens there. I would not consider that time to act because it could go deeper. We want to see a retracement. So it'll go down. Well, let's not predict, that's a mistake. Let's just see what happens here. So we're at the 7110 level. Wouldn't execute a play from the VWAP, which is at 7114 to 7110, because that's not a good return on profit. Like 14 points. I'm talking in terms of a call credit spread. Now, this would be potentially a good BWIG play. However, need more confirmation. All right, so we've got this turning into another reversal pattern, just like the previous one over here on the left. So again, this zone right here is being defended. We'll see if it holds up again. Liquidity at the bottom. Let's see what's down there. $7,100 has some liquidity, not greater than the amount in the 7120, 7130 zone, though. So I don't believe price is going to stay down here. Just based on open interest. So what I'm considering is a position at 70.95. However, I want to be certain that price is not going to break 7,100. That'd be a bit stressful. Okay, the reversal signal is not confirmed. So no entry. Yeah, so this red line here is gonna become a blue line. Just turn to resistance. Okay, so we're getting close to 7,100. I do foresee a reversal back to the green zone where the most amount of open interest is. There is open interest at 7,100. With greater interest at 71.35. If you open up your options chain and take a look at open interest, you'll see what I see. So yeah, we're looking for the John Wick. Looks like this, and then we're looking for green. Not saying that this is it, but we are seeing what appears to be a hammer. Got sellers pushing it down and buyers pushing it up. So if there's enough buyers at this price level, then we'll see the hammer pattern form, which is an indication that the buyers are outnumbering the sellers. However, that is not what we see yet. So there's not enough buying pressure to cause a reversal. So not a John Wick. Potential reversal. However, we want to see that candle level out. However, the true target based on the open interest is 7,100. So this is a bit premature. However, possible. The 2 minute is showing signs that it is a reversal. However, the 5 minute hasn't confirmed that. And it could be just a return to the VWAP to go back to the level. Okay, so we're headed back towards the VWAP. Let's see what happens. I'm going to take a quick look at the higher time frame, the 1 hour. It's still showing sell. Uh, 1 hour still showing bear. Um, so the bias has flipped to bear. Okay, good. Glad you're all caught up as we see this wonderful thing right here taking place. Ah, this is it. This is what we were waiting for. Okay. So now, when we see the reversal, it'll be a true reversal. Okay. So the position is 790. And we're waiting for the reversal green. So this is what a liquidity sweep looks like. We are at the bottom of the range so far, and I'm considering um, put credit spread because the liquidity is being grabbed at 7,100. There was quite a nice amount of open interest at 7,100. However, there's more open interest in the green zone above 7120, 7130, 7135. So we'll let this liquidity sweep take place. We'll let it finish. Make sure it's not doing a deeper dive, and then the play is a put credit spread. I understand the bias is bearish, but we're looking at a liquidity grab below the VWAP, and it'll return to the VWAP. And what we're going to see is a mean reversal towards liquidity at the top. Trying to see the TTM squeeze. I'm not getting much out of there. I'm a little too tight here. Oh, RSI is flat. Volume is red. Two-minute is showing the reversal is underway. However, we want that confirmed on the higher time frame, the 5-minute, which is not confirming that yet. Let's see if the 790 support level is respected, or will it get dissed? Hmm. 2 minutes shows it's being respected. See what happens when we get back to 7,100, if that's going to be claimed. If it's claimed, then the reversal pattern is over. Or, not the reversal pattern, the sweep, liquidity sweep is over. If we get a reclaim there, get a reclaim there. We are far below the VWAP, though. Well, not too far. Not far at all, actually. 71.11. Price is at 70.94. But we have come down quite a bit. Price opened here with a high of 71.21. It does not look like we are in reversal formation. We're getting bear flags still. The banner of the bear. Yeah, we want to be extremely careful today. We don't want to get caught in a trap. So we're waiting for a retest, confirmation, acceptance, rejection, conviction, and worst case scenario, risk management needs to be on point. Any touch of a short exit trade, violation of a level, exit trade, invalid thesis, exit trade, quick, fast, and decisively. Okay, looks like we're doing a deep one. Who's bears? Well, that depends on how you look at it. Like a call credit spread would have been nice. However, we're waiting for a retest. If we don't get the retest, then no trade till we can get a retest of a level. So let's see, we're breaching support level 70.90. Okay, so that's after a downward trend, we are seeing John Wick. Oh, well, he's here, he's not here. You never know where John Wick will pop up and cause devastation. However, doesn't look like it's here. Okay, let's see how violated is 7090 going to be. With the violation of 7090, I looked on barchart.com and the next support level is 7053. So that's like a 40-point runoff. So where would placement of a call credit spread be? Looks like 7100. We're at a potential bounce level here though. Okay. Yeah, we need to see some retracement before anything is done. Retracement needs to happen. We're looking for price to pull back first, and then we wait for proof that the level is being defended or rejected. So I want to see if this level is defended or rejected before making any type of entry. This is a good distance to do a 25% return. VWAP's bending down, everything's bending down. This is below the VWAP, falling below the VWAP. Lower highs. We have to see if resistance is being respected. So it's really important to see a retracement here. 5 minute is showing us some activity, prices coming back up. So let's see what happens as price retraces to this blue line right here. This is a level. It's the 7100 level. So if price is reclaimed there, then it's showing respect for that level. No respect, no trade. Gotta see some respect. RSI is elevating. Starting to see some green on the volume. TTM squeeze is not confirming though. Okay, another key level for John Wick to appear. However, we need some confirmation. 2 minute shows that that is not the John Wick we're looking for. This is a retracement on the 2 minute though. Going to show us whether 7090 is respected or rejected. It smells good. The yeah. So, what am I considering? I'm considering that a reclaim of this level would be a put credit spread. However, I want to see price it come past here. These two big candles at 70.93, and then I'll be convinced that there's a commitment to get back to the at least 7100, and believe the liquidity has been grabbed below 7100, and price is going to return to the green zone, which is the control center for the institutions. But before I execute, it has to claim this level right here, and this would be my entry, or slightly below, maybe. Put credit spread. So I'm leaning towards bullish. I know the bias is bearish, however, liquidity is thinning out down here. Let's see what happens at 70.90. And so with price being claimed at 790, if it can get to 7100, I will enter at 70.90. And should price get rejected at 7100 after my entry, I'll kill the trade. That is my line in the sand. So here's our retracement. So again, I'm looking at a put credit spread once price reclaims 7,100. I'm good with that. This is the first resistance level. Let's see if it respects it or disrespects it. Are the bulls running? On the 2 minute, the bulls are running. Get confirmation from the 5 minute though. 5 minute, I am pretty convinced that the bulls are running. So I'm looking at the 790 put credit spread, the long 70.85. And we'll go ahead and execute that. All right, that's a done deal. That's a big institutional green candle. And we are on the right side of the trade. This is key level right here. I don't want to see a bounce back. Okay. All right, looks like key level right here. and we'll see what happens at the VWAP. Err on the caution side today. I got on the first play of the day, first play of the week, $1.38 per contract. I'm going to set my limit price. We're not messing around on a Monday. Let's see what happens at the support level. See if it's respected. Okay. See how we doing on the 2 minute. like we have a retracement here. See if the level is respected or rejected. Okay, it looks like the level is being respected. Righteous. Got my limit order set. And I'd love to see the VWAP get accepted. I'm at 90. Okay, so this is where we are. Let me summarize. We are underneath the VWAP, which means we have a bear bias. However, I caught this John Wick here and waited until it reached this, at the time, was a resistance level, and it claimed it, and I entered the put credit spread because that was an indicator of a reversal. So it's holding up to be a true reversal, headed back towards the VWAP, and now we see some action around the VWAP. And I'm looking for this level right here to be claimed cleanly. Should price reverse back to my short strike, I'll kill the trade. Just risk management. Here on out, I'm just going to commit to excellence, trading excellence. So that's the deal. If my short strike gets hit, otherwise, we should see a reversal. This was a true liquidity sweep at the lower level, 70.90. We should see some consolidation here at 7100. There is open interest there, but there's greater open interest in the green zone, 7120, 7130. So price action has a high probability of returning to this zone, 7120, 7130. At which time it would be BWIC time. However, I do believe this directional trade should prove to be good. Well, at least that's my thesis anyway. Until it proves invalid, then it's good. So, just going to see what happens here. Yeah, so 2 minute is showing, well, obviously we're getting higher lows right now, and the 2 minute is confirming that 7100 is being respected, which is good. Not too concerned about my position at 70.90 at the moment because liquidity is thin. So I position myself outside of the liquidity zones, the open interest. There's not much open interest at 790 or below. So it's a high likelihood, high probability that price will gravitate back to the VWAP and then proceed to the 7120 and 7130 green zones. It's the institutional zones. The higher time frame is showing that 7100 has been claimed and defended. Took a look at the 30-minute. We're still in a bear bias though. Don't get it twisted. However, the 2-minute is also confirming that 7100 is being defended. So that's good. I think I'll go make a cup of coffee now. Be back in 5. All right, I am back. Coffee break is over. Back to market structure analysis, smart money roadmap. What we are seeing right now is an absorption of open interest at 7,100 level. So the institutions are absorbing the orders there. Um, there are, based on the chart that I'm looking at, there's 4,200 contracts sitting there. So they're absorbing that open interest. Right above it at 7110 is 6,000 contracts. 7115 has another 6,000. Seventy-one thirty has 6,000. 7135 has 5,800. So from 7,100 up to 7,135, there's huge open interest. So we're looking at the absorption at 7,100, which is getting closer and closer to the VWAP that's sloping down. So that's the formation of our first higher low on the 5-minute chart. On the 2-minute chart, I'm looking at this right here, this bull candle. That's about where the institution stepped in. So we'll see what happens. I'm going to pull this up a notch right there. So if price exceeds this line, then I get nervous. If it breaks this support level right here, and I need to turn this one blue because it is now a resistance level. The psychology here and Q2 is institutions build positions while the retail trader is confused. The psychology is let them think price is stable. We accumulate quietly. So that's what we're seeing is accumulation at the 7,100 level. So the way we trade with smart money is instead of against it is enter after liquidity sweeps, not before. So my entry was based on this liquidity sweep down here, and prices held above the liquidity sweep zone. Watch for displacement as confirmation. This was the confirmation, the institutional footprint. And we're looking for, well, I'm looking for the rotation now. So liquidity sweep was swept at the low. Liquidity was swept at the low. 69.85, that's where my long is. However, I would ditch this trade. It hit my short, which is 70.90. The thing about price is it doesn't go in a straight line, right? it does this stair step. Unless we caught it back here, first rejection of the VWAP, then it continued down. That would have been a good catch because it was clear that there was liquidity down here at 7,100. That would have been a good catch for the first play of the day, and it ran all the way down. However, there was no confirmation involved with that other than the rejection of the VWAP, red candle, wait for the retest. I suppose this was it. And then reject. That was the retest of the VWAP right here. Okay, so that's cool. On the 2 minute, we've got the first green candle sitting on top of this blue line here at 7,100. So hopefully it gets claimed, and the rest is the highway to profits. We're out of the like caution zone. I wasn't stressed. I was just caution. This might be time to be a risk manager and ditch this trade should it go against me. We're not going for any max losses. We got 9 trading days left, and I'm trying to hit my goal. I don't talk about my personal goals very much. I like for you to set your goals. And I primarily like to talk about percentages because we can all hit the percentage goal. Some of us have sizable contracts, some of us have smaller contracts. So percentages is something that we can all relate to. So if I am insistent upon 25% as opposed to talking about a specific dollar amount, well, then that gives us a more clear, concise edge. And that's what I prefer is just clear, concise edge. But I do start every day with a goal in mind. I have a weekly goal. I have a daily goal, a weekly goal, and a monthly goal, right? So I'm goal oriented. That's how I play this game. So I sent that thread out at the beginning of the month with goal setting and expectations of starting an account with $500 and basically one contract and the compound effect it can have in the course of a month.
Exhaustion zone. Late session window. Manage positions carefully. No revenge trades. Smart money psychology. Now that we have loaded, move quickly before retail reacts.
Yeah, speaking of goal setting, I'm taking a look at my compounding for this week. This is a pretty big moment on the 2 minute chart. I'm seeing that if 7101 can be defended and accepted. If so, I'm happy. Might not sound like it, but I'm happy. So I have my auto close set for 25%. I'm not a fan of changing it. However, this resistance level is claimed and the VWAP is claimed. I'm going to keep the auto close set, but I'll extend it. I don't want it to trigger while we're in a run. I'm in a directional trade. If I was in a B wick, it might be a different story. Got to keep a close eye on it, though. It could trigger on me as we head closer to the VWAP. So this was the move I was waiting for. 7100 has been claimed with authority. And now we're going to test the VWAP. The VWAP gets claimed, then I am going to be sitting real nice because the bias has flipped bullish. And so the bulls will run. Let's see if 7101 is defended. Well, I don't want to get too ahead of myself now, do I? Because 7100 was not accepted as of yet. Again, there's open interest there. Let's see. Yeah, there's open interest there. Not too much though. I mean, I guess there is enough for price to be there for now. I mean, we'll get a chop at 7100. I should have put a timer on it to see how long it takes to absorb 3200 contracts. But that's what we're looking at 7100, 3900 contracts. Did I say that? Well, 3200. Sorry, 3200 contracts at 7100. So next on the target. Oh, well, I said 3,200. Well, there's 3,200 calls and 4,200 puts. So we've got a pretty big amount of open interest there if I add it together. I mean, 7,100 again, 30, we'll call it 3,300 calls and 4,300 puts. Okay, so that's a nice amount of liquidity there. Um, 33, 43. Yeah, I guess that's over 10,000 contracts sitting there. So that's a huge amount of liquidity sitting there now that I look at both sides of the equation. But 7110 has close to 9,000 contracts. So the contracts do exist in this in this zone and directly above at 7110. And then after that, I mean, there's a huge amount of liquidity at 7150. It's the greatest liquidity on the in the option chain at 7150 today. So we'll see price move up a little bit. It could target 71.50. That would be awesome, seeing that I have a put credit spread in place. Yeah, this trade is taking a bit of time to cook. It's cooking, but it's a slow pressure cooker. Uh, Call credit spread here. That's sort of John Wick reversal that continued. That would have been a good play. However, you just never know at the open. You never know. But here, VWAP was rejected. That was good. What time was that? Oh, I can't see the time. Oh, that's the 7:30 zone. So about 7:30. Big green candle at 7,100 looks like the institutions want to hold the price there, absorb the liquidity, and we'll see what the move is. I'm not to my percentage just yet. My trade is green. However, I'm only at 6%, so I've got a ways to go. Oh. Okay, it's almost time for BWIT time. Just looking at what my first trade closed at, the put credit spread, trying to determine the percentage of return on that. I had the limit order set, but it's a little confusing on the public platform. Okay, looking at Q4 trade. Okay, the Q4 trade, gonna let the condor fly. I prefer to see 7,100 claimed before I enter that trade. Yeah, that took a while to figure out just what happened with my first trade. My closing percentage was off in public. That's the new platform, still having some confusion with it. We got menial percentage. Should have gotten much better, but it closed at uh, just a little over 6%. So I was wondering why. And apparently, I had opened two put credit spreads. One sold at the premium I was expecting, and the other, which I was expecting 140, just rounding up, and it closed. I sold it at 140, and I set my limit order price for 105, which was about 25%. And somehow I opened up a second position for 107, same strikes, but didn't realize it. And so when I closed it, I didn't intend to close it. I set the limit prices for both of them at 105, and the 107 closed quick. The 140 got decent premium on it, good credit, but overall net effect somehow is 7%. Well, little over 6%. So I have to figure that out and make sure that that doesn't happen because it ate up my profits. Still green, but 7% as opposed to 25. You can imagine that I'm disappointed with that. So my report for public.com it's a good backup for me, but not my favorite platform to trade on. At least I didn't lose money on it today. I've lost in the previous weeks on it. Not a huge amount, but enough to be like, what is going on? So moving along, take my mediocre gains and take a look at the Condor on the Robinhood platform. So I'm switching platforms now, and I should make some decent money over here on Robinhood. Just looks like yeah, we're still teeter-tottering on 701. So I do like my position at 790. On the put credit side. And the highest, well, I'm going to stay out of the control zone for the institution. So it's institution control zone is 7120 through 7130. So I want to be above 7130. So that looks like 7145. And how much exit room does that leave me? $71.45. If I could get $71.50, I'll be a happy guy. Get 90 cents credit on that. That's not bad. However, I don't want to enter that play until I see the VWAP interaction. We want to see the bias flip to bull. We want the bulls to run. Looks like 71.87, 71.02 has been reclaimed and defended. So that zone is defended. Grace recommended a BWIC at 71.10. So I'm leaning towards that. I may just move the put side up a touch. Once VWAP is claimed. and the bias flips. I'm going to flip this level from blue to now red because it's turned to a support level. So what I'm saying is that there's a high probability that the VWAP will flip now to bullish. At which point with a bull flip of the VWAP, I'll probably tighten up my puts because liquidity has been swept at 6,100 and accumulation has taken place at 7,100. That leaves the upside wide open. Okay, here we go. We're gonna see the test of the VWAP now. I think I'll put my puts right. Put my puts at 71. If I go 7100, the VWAP will be my line. So if price breaks the VWAP, I'll close the trade out. But the credit's going to be made on the put side. So I'm going to extend the call side up 2 resistance levels. One on the support level on the put side, with the VWAP being my barrier, and right under the support. It's going to be 7100 because if price goes up, then the VWAP will go up also a bit. Go away. Kind of excited here. I haven't been able to fly a BWIC in a while. And that's my bird of prey. It's my big, beautiful bird. Big, beautiful bird. Big, beautiful bird. All right, the 2-minute has authority at the VWAP being approached. At the close of this 2-minute candle, I may execute an entry because this is exactly what I was expecting to happen. So the probability of price going up into 730 is a strong likelihood. Got a few resistance levels in there, but that's to be expected considering where we're coming from. Looks like price is pulling back. Let's see what the 5-minute looks like. Yeah, 5 minutes not claimed. Let's see what the higher time frame looks like. Um, Higher time frame, 1 hour is showing green, which means did it turn red just as I was clicking off of it? No, it's green, which means we are in a buy pattern. So the bias is about to flip, most likely. The higher time frame is confirming that. Looked at the 60-minute, back to the 5 minute right now. Mm. What I'm looking at is whether or not we'll get a retest of the VWAP or if price will just continue to run. The premium is always better on the retest. Yeah, waiting for VWAP to be reclaimed. Taking a look at what Grace recommended, like the 70-10. Well, VWAP hasn't been accepted. We actually have a 5 minute red candle, well, a 2 minute red candle. It takes two of those, right, to be 4 minutes. So we'll see. We don't want to get caught in a trap right here. This is definitely the level we want to see price go above. This will probably be my trigger. I'm going to make that one green, gold. So that's my trigger line. First candle to print over that line. Or should it break this line, I'll go ahead and go with a BWIC favoring the call credit side and running the put side down. So that's the strategy. Got two, plan B and plan A. I'm drawing the lines in the sand here. What am I doing? I know what I'm doing. There we go. There we go. Got my lines established. Not going for any fake outs, but should price breach either gold line, I'll execute an entry favoring one side or the other. We have been bearish all day, although I did execute a put credit spread. I saw the reversal, went with it, and it proved to be profitable, menial profit. More of a platform execution error because that play, again, 25%, especially on the first play of the day. This BWIC I expect more from. We're approaching my line in the sand. At 7,100. So if price breaks that support, the golden support line, I'll go call credit spread. Protection line, 71.15. Checking liquidity there, not much liquidity there. And the heaviest liquidity is actually at 71.35. So I may be considering a wide BWIC here. And the last quarter could expect a sweep back down to 70.85. So what we've seen here is price rejected at the VWAP. However, I'm not chasing that. Yep. So we still have a bear bias. We're sitting right on my gold line right now, the decision line. Now, the reason I drew the decision line right there was because of the left side structure. I'm looking over to the left and I am looking at this liquidity pocket right here. And that has my attention. There's a liquidity pocket right here. So this could be our pin zone right here. So I'm looking at potential call credit spread. BWIC with the call credit spread side about 71.20. That gives me 1, 2 levels of resistance. And the put side below 70.80. But again, that 71.20 is inside of the control center. I think this is a good time to get an updated roadmap from Grace. So I'm going to take a screenshot of the current market structure. And I'm going to take a screenshot of the open interest above and below current price. Okay, I'm going to submit this to Grace right now. Highest probability close zone 795 through 7110. Pin magnet most important 7100 through 7105. Why price keeps rotating around it VWAP plus liquidity cluster. Open interest clustering near 7100 strikes. What this means for BWIC, you want wings outside the compression box. Put placement, sniper mode, put side support below support, safe zone, short put 70, 90, or 70, 85. Long put 70, 75, 70, 80. Okay. Reason below 7093 support outside chop zone, delta 2025 zone earlier. Call side resistance above, short call 720 or 7125, long call 7030 or to 7135. Above VWAP plus resistance stack. Avoid 7110, 7115 too close. Ideal BWIC structure. Example, sell 790 put. Sell 7120 call. You're capturing compression between 7090 and 7120. That's a 30-point range, wide enough for safety, tight enough for premium. Don't do this. Don't place 7100 put and 7110 calls. This is inside the war zone. If this trade is taken, price breaks 70.90 with momentum, exit immediately. Break 720 with acceptance or VWAP trend shift plus expansion. Do not wait for strike breach. Probability summary 70.95 through 71.10 is the highest. High is 70.85 through 70.20. Low 70.80 through 71.30. I'm taking low. Going with the low. I'm getting that ready right now for the close. Expected close 7,100, give or take 10 points. I'm going to re-examine that. Well, playing it safe. Looking at the Q3 MasterCard. Well, the credit is too low right now. VWAP is aligned with the open interest though, so that's a good sign for the gamma pin. So want to be away from the open interest. Let's see, we don't want to get trapped here, so caution. Let's see, at 8,500, 71.85, sorry, 71.85, not very many contracts. 70.90, not too many. Hotspot is 7,100. $20. So what I'm considering is 70.90 and 71.20. $70.20 has the VWAP. It's got 7107, 7114, and then you hit 7120. I like 7130 better. Okay, orders pending. 70, 90, 71, 30. That's my setup. It's favoring the upside. However, okay, it filled. All right, so we're in this trade. 71.90, 71.30. If we get too close for comfort on the put, because that is the side that could get threatened the fastest, I'll hit the kill switch. That's and should it cross my gold line at the bottom, I'm on high alert. And if it should get to my red line, that's it. Well, this is my gamma pin play. I entered it before premiums could collapse to the point to where it was just not even worth it. As is, I got the minimum acceptable credit, 75 cents on the pin. The minimum is actually 70 cents, so we don't go below that. And so the risk to reward isn't the greatest on the gamma pin, but we clearly see the range right now. So, with that being said, I'm not going to risk max loss on this trade. So if it breaks the red line and it gets too close to my 70.90, risk management says exit the trade. Because your condor is on fire. But in the meantime, we'll just let it cook on the gold line. Yes, my position in the BWIC is at 70.90 and on the put side. So 70.90, 70.85, puts. The call side 71.30, 71.35. And the logic is we're looking at the gamma pin right here. You got the B wick here at 71.05 and a huge concentration of contracts and open interest at 7100. So that is most likely the pin zone. However, it could extend up into the other end of the open interest, which is up here at 71.20, 71.30, and so forth. What I looked at was the resistance level of the VWAP and the resistance level right here at 71.07, and again at 71.14, 71.20. So there's ample resistance to the upside. So my concern is the downside, right? That's where I collected my premium because it's closer to price. But the gold line has been respected as a support level. Should it get breached, I will bail on the trade. Well, I won't bail on the trade if the goal line gets breached, but what it will do is cause high alert on my end, and I'm looking to see what happens at the 70.30. Should price close below that 70.30, then I am in immediate threat and would exit the trade, most likely take a small loss rather than a max loss should price breach my short. So I'm just automatically thinking loss prevention, right? Especially on a Monday. I'd rather take a small loss than a max loss any day. So as long as 7100 is held and, open interest accumulation, again, we're going into this accumulation pattern at 7100. There, if you look at your open interest options chain, you'll see the level of open interest is very high there. Excuse me. It's higher there than, before I say that, let me confirm. Yeah, that is the highest level of open interest on the day. Outside of that, 7110 has a high level of interest. 7115, not so much at 7120, but then we get to 7125, it starts to pick up. 7130 does have a high level of interest. Should price start heading in that direction, it gets to 7114 and 7120. If there is time, I look at bailing on that side as well. But we've been in a bear regime for the most part of the day. I'm going to step away for a second, 5 minutes. Be right back. So we're seeing another test of the VWAP right now. This could be a potential bounce. Got to be careful of that. But a bounce would be still defensible because of the support level at 7,100, which has been defended for hours now. 7,100 has been defended for about 2 hours. Ooh, big rejection candle on the 2 minute. However, once again, it's been defended. We just haven't been able to see the VWAP get claimed. Um, Largely because there's so many contracts at 7,100. There's another attempt. Looking at the 2 minute chart. Let's see what the 5 minute is saying. Probably the same thing. Like we haven't seen much movement. I see more action on the TTM squeeze 5 minute. What about the 15? 15 shows that the pressure on the downside has subsided. Yeah, it's flat. RSI is pretty high though on the higher time frame. RSI is 68. That's enough push to see a move. Get rid of this red line. So this is our structure. There has been no testing on the other side of the VWAP. We may see it soon. We're seeing a test at 7106, 7107. Let's see if this level can get accepted. It's been rejected twice already. This is a third attempt. Well, actually, it's been rejected 3 times already. This is the 4th attempt. Trades at 40%. I designed it to go to the close, but I see profits. Next resistance level is 7114. Looks like price is claiming my gold line. So on the 2 minute, that's confirmed. Well, 2 minute doesn't confirm anything. It's the 5 minute that matters the most, and then the higher time frames. 2 minute is what we use to enter and exit, but I just like to take a sneak peek at it. Put two green candles above the VWAP, then we're talking. This will be the second on the 2 minute. So that means the VWAP has been claimed. We are witnessing a bias flip. Oh, well, you're back in time just to see the bias flip. So we haven't seen the VWAP claimed all day, and now price has just claimed it. I'm in a BWIC right now. It's at 40%. I'm letting it run to see. Well, I'm going to let it run to 71.14, which is the potential bounce zone. I was going to hold it to expiration, but I got to 50%. Well, I'm getting to 50% pretty quick, and just had too many green trades go red. I overstayed my welcome, so I'm not going to do that today because it's Monday, and 50% is good enough. You know, it was an excellent play based on open interest and based on the market structure. Put it all together, and there's a high concentration of open interest at 7,100. So that is most likely going to be the gamma pin. So I entered it while premium was good. This is my second trade of the day. First trade I did on public.com. It was a mediocre return, 6%, a little over 6%. So I accidentally opened up two trades, and they had both had the same strike prices, but the premiums were different. I mean, one was giving up like $1.50, the other one $1.07. So didn't even realize it, but I did set the close at 105, $1.05. And so one hit 25%, the other one barely anything, if it even made anything. But the I didn't lose money on like an execution error on this new platform. I think I need to like look at like a tutorial on how to use this thing. You know, I set the limit price. I did that, and you know, I can navigate to the pending order, but yeah, big credit difference. That's what I'm saying. It's like, but I didn't let that ruin my day. I mean, like I'm saying, you know, I made, you know, a little over, you know, a couple $100 on it. So I'm like, okay, I'm moving on to the next trade. This one, you know, bit bullets, but again, you know, I'm thankful I didn't lose money.
However, I could have still been in the trade as of right now and still profiting. However, I took a very similar entry on the put credit side for the BWIC, which is doing pretty good right now. Yeah, it's showing me 42.50. Again, it gets closer to 714. I'll close it and take the 50% win. That's my true risk center. Well, my stop loss line is getting tighter and tighter as we look at this. So if this level gets lost, then what will I do?
What will I do?
Well, that's just the things. I don't expect this level to get lost. I think the true target is above. Well, 6150 has a high concentration of contracts. 71, I mean, what am I talking about? 7150. If I didn't say 7150, it's 7150. High concentration of contracts. 7110 also has a high concentration of contracts. So let's price should get to 7110 and do some absorbing. There should be a high level of absorption at 7110. So I'm going to keep my eye on that level, the 7110. We should see compression. Um, we shouldn't see a flip of the VWAP just because of the level of interest there, although the VWAP is being tested. So we get a retest of the VWAP so we can see true intention right now. Better look at the 5 minute because that is the one that matters the most. Yeah, I am pretty certain that 7110 is a target now that Price has claimed 7100. Um, at 7110, which we got here, 7109, and Price rejected it. I think that there's a high probability that Price will return to 7110 and do a bit of consolidating. We'll see a chop, and once that happens, I'll probably exit the trade. I should probably exit right now with 40%, 46%, but I think I can get a little bit more. I don't feel like I'm being greedy. Well, 50%. Wow. Okay. Um, seems like we just turned a theta corner. Yeah, so I put a bid in to close the contract. All of the contracts, that is. Um, I sold them for 75. I'm trying to get 35. So I got my limit order in. We'll see if it fills. If I don't get my price, I will hold it. Um, not in threat at all. So the play is holding up. Best defense is a good offense. However, I got my lines drawn, and I know how low I'm willing to let it go before I close it out. So it looks like we're going to do a dance around the VWAP. So price did not hold 7107. Well, here's the criteria for the entry window. It's actually 10:30 to 11:30. However, price is showing control relative to the VWAP, so it's not all over the place. We're looking for a delta on the short delta 10 to 20 at this point in the game. 10 to 20 on the delta. Aggressive is 21 to 25 with strong control, no late news. So we don't have any late news that's going to cause it to crash other than it's been down today. Maximum distance on your strikes, you want to be 10 to 20 points from the price. So the credit that you're looking to receive is at the minimum 70 cents. For total credit, $1 to $2. We're targeting $1 to $2 with the minimum acceptable 70. So on my strikes, I got 75 cents, which was a little above minimum. So you don't want to do a large position. You only want to do an aggressive mode when VWAP, open interest, and gamma all align and price is behaving cleanly, which is the case right now. This is the case right now. We're looking at a true gamma pin where price and VWAP and open interest are all intersecting. So we can hold this to expiration, but the edge comes from Q3 premium. So we are just at the end. Well, we're still in Q3, 9:30 to 11. So if you can get good premium, I haven't checked it. I've been managing the gamma pin trade that I entered. I entered mine at like 10 o'clock. And even then, the premiums were collapsing. So if you go with a tight BWIG, favoring bringing at this point the call side in tight as you can. I'm not sure what credit you capture. However, we're in neutral bias right now. Neutral, yeah, it's up, so I would say bearish neutral, if that. I hope that helps. But if, it doesn't go based on your thesis, then that would be, invalid, and definitely exit the trade rather than to take a max loss at this late in the
regular trading hours. So if it pushes towards your short strike with expanding candles, that's get out of there. The rule here is to cap the risk at 50 to 70% loss. Oh, okay, I got my price. So I closed. So with that being said, let's take a look. Let's see if there's anything else worth taking. We got 53% on that BWIC. I don't want to give any of it back.
So open interest is at 7,100.
I'd like to do. I've been doing pretty good on the put side. It's collapsing. However, 70.95 still has a 20 delta. 70.95. 7,100 has a 32 delta. That's in pretty tight. 95, 70, 95. Well, my BWIC paid off. I think I'm going to simplify this and go directional with the put credit spread. And
the VWAP is 7,105. Open interest is at 7,100. I don't want to go against the market at this point.
So, for me,
this is for me. I'm
going to see
what? 71.15 on the call side. Looks like 71.15, 65. That's too low. 71.10. No, I think that's the target. So I am gonna do the put. How tight can I get the put? $10 from price is 95. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, 95, the credit's not that good. It's got to be even tighter than that. Credit is pretty decent at 71.05. Oh, that's good credit. You didn't say your strikes though. So I took a put credit spread at 7.05. $7.15. I don't like that one. You might want to go wider, because 7.20 concerns me. Or you may just want to do a directional and not a BWIC and just go with a put credit spread at this point. Really tight, like 71.05, or see what you can get at 70.95, and just start moving up from 70.95 because the bias is being challenged right now. We have let's look at the 5-minute. I'm looking at the 2-minute. Yeah, we have a candle forming on the 5-minute above the VWAP line. I went in at 71.05, one contract, and I got $2.25 on it. So, I just threw something out there just to see what I could get in the close. I'm expecting price to go gravitate at least to 71.10 and push into 71.20, 71.30. The controls, that's the control zone for the institutions, and we'll see. However, there's a high probability the price will go to 71.15 if you look at the open interest. If you go to the chain and you look at the open interest, there's um, a respectable amount of contracts at 71.10 and 71.15. And once price breaks 71.15, then 71.30, 71.35 would then become 71.05. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And monitor that. We don't want to take max loss. Um, let me take a look again at your text. 7105, yeah, 7100, yeah. PCS filled at $2. Thinkorswim is adult. Wow. Yeah, PCS is, yeah, that's good. That's good for this late in the game. So the VWAP is like, that line gets breached, then, we really got to think about risk management. At this stage in the game, it has to hit the short strike, right? So that would be risk management, bailing out of the trade before max loss is hit. However, the play is for price to hold the VWAP and go for the liquidity targets 71.10, 71.20, and 71.30 liquidity zones up there. Yeah, and the more candles we see above 71.07 that are green, the better. This is as close as we could get to an A plus setup. And on the 2 minute, we've got a bull flag forming. So that's good. As long as it continues to form. What we need to see it break this key level at 71.10, and then that will be awesome. But this is now, the gold line is now a resistance, and as long as price stays above the gold line, hopefully we see the VWAP continue just bend. I want to see it bend up. No, should be good. Should be good. Okay, this is trade number 3 for the hat trick. Yeah, we want to see this level be defended. It hasn't, this is the second attempt to defend this level today. Well, we're still in a bull regime, so unless it flips bear, I'm okay with it going back to the VWAP, but if it flips, then that's not good. Oh, we're seeing price return to the VWAP. We'll see what happens.
Fourth quarter final A plus setups only. Smart money psychology trapped traders at the bottom before the next engineered move. Fourth quarter final A plus setups only. Smart money psychology trapped traders at the bottom before the next engineered move.
Yeah, so just monitoring the trade. VWAP gets lost, and that's the cue to that'll do. Right now it's holding. Its price is on our side of the VWAP. Gee, it would be better if it just would claim this level right here, right? If it just claimed the 7107 with some authority. Just take it. Well, we got a ceasefire expiring on Wednesday. If the agreement isn't reached, make mental note of that. Well, looking at the 1 hour chart, we've got a doji forming here, but we're still in a sales pattern buy pattern. Let me correct myself. We don't want to be in a sell pattern. We want to be in a buy pattern. So we are in a buy pattern. See a red doji forming, so that ain't good. VWAP is leveling out. Okay, that still ain't good. Whatever color, it ain't good when you start seeing dojis, and we're trying to get price to go up. Well, we don't get to make that call, but that's what we want to see. There is a strong probability still that price will go to 71.10, 71.14. There's orders there, open interest is there. Price has been hovering at this 71.07 for quite a while. And 71.10 has open interest. Nice amount of open interest at 71.25 and 71.30. 71.30 is sitting chunky. So there's a chunky amount of open interest at 71.30. So I hate to say hope because hope is not a strategy, but that does hit the radar as a probability of a target. So that's what the thesis is built on. So that is the thesis that, liquidity exists at 71.10, 71.20 through 71.30. and that is within um, range. Final targets 10 to 20 points. I'll be honest, I have to close the trade in a emergency situation up on my trade screen. So if price should breach the 7105 strike, well, first it has to reclaim the VWAP and then hit the 7105, and I'll close it real quick. Right, seeing some slow motion of the 7108 gold line. Prices being accepted at 7108. Will it hold? Becomes the question. I don't even want price to like close between my strikes. That's been happening. I think that happened on two trades last week, and especially the last trade. I think that was on Friday. My strike was at, I think, 71.25. And my screen showed that price ended at 71.25, 12, which would have been a small gain. However, when I looked at different charts and graphs from CBOE, it said price closed at 26.12. So, like, I can't trust my chart. So right now I'm looking at two different charts, and we'll see because I'm looking at Webull, I'm looking at TradeStation, and I'm looking at Public. So I guess I'm looking at three different charts, and we'll see what happens today. But that like really frustrated me. One was a small gain, even though it was over my strike price. It was a last quarter entry, which I don't like to do once the fourth quarter has started. It's not the best time to make an entry because the strikes are too tight. And I had, um, I got decent credit, but it wasn't the strikes that I wanted. And so it hit me right between the eyes, 71.25 and 71.30. And it ended up turning into, it wasn't a big loss, but it was more of a loss than the 71.25. 12. Okay, what's happening? Are we going to lose the VWAP? If we lose the VWAP, that's curtains. I don't mind it touching the VWAP. But if VWAP is lost, the condor is cooked. I'll still be up on the day, but I don't want to. Well, I'm just not going to risk a max loss right here. So an emergency exit would still be a profitable day. Max loss would kill it though. And we can expect one final move most of the time. High probability that we'll see a final move of the day. And based on the bias of the market, there's a probability that it'll be up in like 71.10, 10 points, 71.15, 20 points, 71.25. However, it can always go in the opposite direction. As long as VWAP doesn't get lost, I think we're okay. Unless there's a strong move against, which would, cook us. However, avoid max loss at all costs. Getting pretty close. The 2 minute is showing that the VWAP is lost. So one more red candle over there. And that's all she wrote. Yeah, this is done. Well, yeah, I'm waiting to see if we get a pullback here. I didn't pull the trigger just yet. only because public, yeah, it's tricky. I'm still here, haven't been shaken out just yet. We haven't hit my fourth quarter loss principal. I went really light on the contracts, and the stop loss filter for this, well, it did hit the early exit trigger. Wrong side of the trade. VWAP is acting as the magnet though, and I know there's liquidity up there. I know it. Risk crap cut at 50% to 70%, and I'm not there. 50 to 70%, I would cut at 50% just because it's Monday. However, I'll let it go a little longer. I need to, like, well, I'm just watching, 50%, it just gets cut. Might even cut it at 40. I don't want to get to the point of no return. Yeah, I just hit 50%. And there's another red candle forming. Oh, well, it just turned green. But price could go even lower. And I'm not wanting to wait and see. Well, let's see what this is. This looks like it could be a John Wick on the 2-minute. Next candle is green. Okay, so this could be a reversal. Well, it's got a few more minutes before I just cut it off. What's a few more minutes? Like 5 by 12:45. If it's not showing anything, just gonna cut it. We are getting sales volume. I mean, buy volume. Buyers are showing up. See if we've got enough to reclaim the VWAP and push into the liquidity at 71.10, 71.15. Again, the bias has flipped. It's late. And got 4 minutes to show. I'm just going to cut it no matter what. And no hat trick from the looks of things. About 3 minutes. That sure is a lower low, isn't it? Mm, 2 minutes. 1 minute here, and we are at my gold line. And is it gonna bounce? No bounce. Yeah. We're gonna get a pullback. If we get a pullback, definitely close strategy. Got a wick going here. What kind of wick? Okay, I'm just trying to time this exit. It's pulling back. Yeah, we closed that puppy out. Yeah, I am just not liking the gamma pin. I didn't like it before, and I don't like it now. That's the last gamma pin for me, my friend. It's just not much room to make it a profitable trade. And the thing about it is we were with the bias flipped, went against us. So holding to expiration the gamma pin trades, yeah, they're foo-foo. I don't like them. That wasn't like a huge loss, but still, it was a loss. Only have one contract on it, but still, it just goes to prove that the gamma pin isn't. It's not A plus setup, so we shouldn't be taking that one. I entered that one. Oh, well, yeah, that was a late one. Okay, so yes, I entered that one pretty late. The actual expiration play I had was a BWIC, and it would still be doing pretty good. It probably could have closed at 100%, but I took 50% on that, and thought I would, why not put one contract on the gamma pin play? It seems to be pinning, which it is pinning, right as it should. However, I was expecting a move to the upside. So I put a contract on that, and it just, well, it ain't over yet, but I'm out of the play. Mhm. And then it comes back. So John Wick candle at 7,100. Let's see how high it goes. Okay, so we're seeing a lot of volatility right now just in this tight little zone. Here's the liquidity pocket at 7,102. So 7,100, 7,102. Let's see if this candle closes above that. I gave it till 12:45. Looks like I should have gave it maybe to 12:50. That is the reversal pattern entry right above that second green candle. Oh, that was it. Didn't get over the 7,103. Yeah. Were you on a break? You missed all that excitement? I exited. I bailed on this trade. Today, the resolve and don't take a max loss. I stayed in it a little longer than I should have and wanted to. Um, but I resolved like on this last play, I had one contract, so I was going to risk up to 70% of it. I was still late. Oh, it's coming back strong. Let's see how high it'll push. I was expecting it to do 7110 at least, because there's a a lot of open interest on that level. There we go. Yeah, so it waited till 7:54. I mean 12:54. Yeah, that was my exit. That was my profit right there. Let's see how high it goes. They shook me out today, though. I wasn't gonna stick around. No more gamma pins for me. It's my least favorite trade of the day. I don't get much enjoyment out of it, and mostly just stress because we have to go in so tight. And then price pulls back real fast. How do you like that? Okay, it's back green. Not green enough, huh? Well, price is trying to get back to the VWAP, which is at 7105. We saw a flip, turned to bear, and now we're trying to make some strong bull moves with 4 minutes to go. And I'd like to see it at least hit 7105. That means that, I did have a valid play, even though I exited early with a small loss. Okay, it's making an attempt to grab the VWAP with 3 minutes to go. Yeah, after today, I'm definitely gonna stick to my 2A+ setups a day. Oh, well, here we go. See, that was a good play. I would have gave myself more distance if I had entered it earlier, but I didn't have much decision time. And yeah, it's going for, let's see how, if it gets to the 7110 like I um, had originally in my thesis. That liquidity sweep down at 7100 was not in my thesis, so that's why I bailed on the trade. However, this move right here is supporting my thesis. It's just late. Yeah. Yep, there we go. Like I thought, I knew there was liquidity up there. Hot dog it. Yep, there it is. The wick at the top is the sellers pushing price back down. So this is looking like a liquidity sweep, the last 60 seconds, and it could pull back down. Yep, there it is, 71.10. That looks like the official close, but oh well, that's 71.09. So I'm not exactly sure where price closed at today. One of my charts says 71.10.38. The other one says 71.09.17. 16. Oh, it's still open over there. Still ticking away. So, versus 71.09.16. Okay, that's confirmed. 71.09.16. Yeah, okay, that's confirmed. Yeah, my chart here, boy, I don't know about this trade station anymore because it cost me last week, and this week I hear the closing bell. What, S&P closes at 115 or swap closes settles at 115? Well, The bottom line is I got shook out of that trade anyway. Schwab settles the S&P trades at 115. Okay, so we haven't gotten the official settlement of it yet. However, I bailed and based it on the 115 close. So I guess I'm just trying to understand what it closed at. Like getting conflicted information. So today was profitable, not as much in profits as I originally wanted. I got caught up on that first trade. It was good, but the net profit was like 7%. This trade right here got in a little too late, and it turned out to be a small loss. And then my big winner of the day was 50%. So a profitable day, not as profitable as it should have and could have been. If I'd have got my proper 25% close. Oh, the official close was 71.09. 71.09. That makes a big difference. Okay, well, that makes a big difference though on this chart in terms of closing. So we don't know if we like this platform trade station. So platform issues, huh? Yeah. So anyway, I'm okay today. Coming away with some gains. I mean, it's a blessing whenever we can go into the stock market and come out with gains and profits and keep our capital and continue to grow it. So that's all I got for today. I'll catch you tomorrow at 5:45.